Okay, let's go ahead and get started there, folks. Welcome back to another 2 p.m. PST YouTube stream. I'm your host, Strange Bro Jim, and today we are going to be getting back into some Pega studying. We got some videos to continue to upload, and we got some Chrono Trigger after that. So that's the lineup for today's stream. I want to thank everybody for stopping on by yesterday for the birthday stream. Didn't really work out the way I was. Well, actually, I didn't really plan much. So, but things were definitely. I was definitely having some issues. But um, looks like my Steam is finally allowing me to play the games that I have. Not sure exactly what was going on yesterday, but I'm glad that I'm able to actually play them. So, um, okay. So, let's get into what are we doing here on the Pega webpage? Okay, so um, to for a little information on me, if you haven't seen any of my past videos concerning the Pega studying, I tried at one point in time to do the well, actually I was pressured into doing the Pega certification testing at particular point in my time, about 2 years ago or so. Um, it didn't really work out very well. I was not ready for it, and the trainer at the time should have known, but he didn't. Um, so yeah, you know, uh, I didn't get a passing score on certification, and therefore I didn't get my certification. Um, they didn't allow for me to retake the class again, with a better trainer. Um, and I was pretty much forced into a job without the certification, and the job didn't really help me out either on that. So yeah. Um, Now, one could say, "Hey, Jim, that's your responsibility. You didn't finish off your studies. You didn't, do what you needed to get the job done to get the certification." And I'll agree with you on that one. Um, uh, my main problem is that I find other things to divert my attention at times. So having these streams to kind of keep me focused on the main goal is helpful for me. So, whenever I get assigned a project or an assignment or, work, you know, I don't really have a problem with getting the job done, you know. So, um, I just need something that, I need those goals, those hey, here's what you need to do. This is when you need to do it. Typically, I don't really have a problem with that, but I need that kind of reinforcement along the way, and that's what these streams are all about. Okay, they're helping me focus on the goal of getting the certification, so that's what we're doing. Um, I'm recording it to be uploaded on YouTube later because I want, if I have any kind of problems with the topics, which, um, let's face it, I've had some issues with some of the topics, whether it's their weird commentary on the subject matter at hand, or maybe I'm just not really understanding what they're talking about concerning the topic. You know, I'm hoping that um, veterans or people that have been very um, knowledgeable about Pega can go through those videos, see the questions that I have, and try to answer them because more often than not, I don't get those answers, um, from the topics themselves. And, sometimes I don't even see um, I don't see the correction of said, you know, missing information in later topics. So, they're pretty much left for, you know, what are they saying there? I don't know. It's never answered, kind of situation. And that's really bad because I can make any kind of assumption that I want, based off of that, and that can get me into trouble. So, um, so I encourage anybody that is a veteran or is quite knowledgeable about Pega to help me out in answering whatever questions that I might come upon, um, and uh, help my understanding about the subject of the Pega low code software. Okay, um, that would be fantastic. Now, um, hopefully, by also putting the videos up, then you, the viewer, can also get some benefit out of it. You're also getting some insight that I might have collected over my time programming. Maybe you can it help. I'm not quite sure exactly how it's helping you out. Feel free to comment. In the comment section, or talk with me directly via chat here on stream. Either one's perfectly fine. Um, you know, um, but let me know what you know, uh, what benefit are you getting out of these videos yourself? That would be fantastic. Would love to hear from you. Now, a couple other points. I am not endorsed in any way by Pega. I'm not getting any kind of benefit for doing these from Pega itself, so don't think that this is some kind of like paid advertisement or something like that. No, it's nothing near, nowhere near that. So, also, I'm not an authorized training partner, and this is not meant to be an instructor-led training. Okay, both of these two should be individuals that know a lot about Pega, should be able to teach you everything about Pega, and should be able to get you to the point of knowing everything that you need to know to pass the certification. Okay. Um, you know, I had an authorized training partner. Well, that wasn't that great. Me and a lot of my teammates that were in the group being trained by the being trained by the authorized training partner, the majority of us went to self-study to try to learn the topics. So um, it was not ideal. Um, and before you say, well, that must have been your own fault, um, we even had, fellow employees of the authorized training partner see the fact that he was being very disingenuous with his teachings. Okay. He gave his peers, his fellow employees, wrong information about what we covered And when they tested us on the material and asked set questions, we were like, we never covered that. And they were like, oh, okay. So, you know, um, just just one of the things that we had to deal with the gentleman. So, um, you know, that was that one in particular was one of the most egregious. Um, but it wasn't the first and not the last issue that we had with the gentleman. So, um, but I would hope that if you do go for the instructor-led training, it should be someone directly from Pega that knows everything that there is to know about Pega and will help you pass the certifications, thoroughly. Okay. Um, you know, it is expensive to based off, you know, uh, well, it's expensive to me. you know, um, it's like $5,000 or something like that for the system architect. Okay, it's not cheap. Okay, now don't get me wrong. If you get a job, doing Pega development, then you're going to be making that money back. But if you don't have the cash on hand to do said training, then you're going to be in trouble. Okay. Um, so get your money's worth out of that. Okay. If you do go for the instructor-led training, then get your money's worth. Okay. Because, um, you know, you're they're gonna want you're going to want to get as much information out of these guys as you possibly can, ask as many questions as you can, try to get as much information as you can about Pega so that you can pass the certifications. Okay. And don't just say, and don't just ask questions about, the current version, 8.7, 8.8. Ask questions about past keywords and the like, because when I took my certification for 8.6, there were Pega 7 questions in the certification. Okay. They did not update their certification questions based off of um, the current version. And, I say that because, I also recommend that because you're going to be talking with veterans and, individuals that have been working on Pega for potentially years, um, and their certification might be from that particular um, part of the, of knowledge. So they might be using keywords that you're not quite familiar with. Okay, and you're gonna need to know, what exactly are they talking about and how to, understand it better. Okay, so do yourself a favor, you know, ask as many questions as you can if you're doing the instructor-led training. Okay, so I'm working towards my system architect. We are currently going over the business architect, the last module there. There's a couple more topics for us to cover, and um, I may try the business architect just to see if I can get it. Just so I can, put down on my resume that, hey, I do in fact have my business architect certification. I don't really want it. I'm more inclined on wanting to do more system architect than business architect. But I mean, having a business architect certification could potentially help you out too, because then you have the opportunity of talking more with the business architects about, their level of knowledge and talking with project owners and see what they want, out of their full-on project. There might not be a business architect officially at your company. Okay, and they might only have enough money to pay for like a single system architect or something along those lines. You never know. Okay, so Um, so, you know, the the information that is provided with the system architect, there's a lot of double up with the business architect. So, I mean, if you can, that'd probably be in your best interest to be able to, get both of the certifications if you can. Okay. If your main focus is system architect, then obviously go straight for system architect. But you know, here, let me show you what I mean here. Okay. So as you can see, the system architect and business architect, these two missions here are the same. They're the same two missions. Okay. The only difference is these two modules for the business architect. These two modules are the only two modules that are not included in the system architect. Okay. So you can go through these two modules and you're pretty much done with the business architect mission. Now that doesn't necessarily mean that you're ready for the business architect certification, but I mean it gives you enough information about what you need to have for the business architect. Okay. There's still more test prep that you're probably going to want to do. So you're probably going to want to do that before you consider doing the certification, but we'll get to that. Okay. Mainly after I get done with the system architect. Okay. We'll get into like certification testing prep. Okay. So we're going to continue with the business architect. We're going to finish that off. We've already finished off one of the modules out of the two. We had, 6 topics here. We went over backlog creation last time, which was what, 2, 3 days ago. Um, yeah, so we're going to be moving on to the next topic, which is the user story readiness. Or let me verify this. From yeah, user story readiness. It's 20 minutes, so there's a lot here. Last time it took me 2 hours to get through it all. But then again, I had little side stories too. Um, so let's get through it. We got a long way to go through this, and um, you know, I set this up from 2 to 3 p.m. PST for these Pega sessions, and well, last time I did the 20-minute and one of these 20-minute topics, it lasted 2 hours. So, but again, side side stories. So let's go. A user story describes how a end user uses an application to achieve a specific outcome. It is a human-centric way to document a business requirement in a simple and concise format. A user story represents the small unit of work to be developed within the application. Um, well, it might not necessarily be the smallest, but the primary purpose of user stories as project artifacts is to help the development team keep track within the project backlog of all the features they need to build and implement for the client. User stories describe what is required so that features can be designed to satisfy the product owner's satisfaction and ultimately the end business user. A team creates a user story with the team's collective knowledge and experience. The key features of a user story is human-centric, easy to understand, clearly reflects the business value the client receives, and can be tested. Got this piece of chicken nugget in my teeth. Doesn't want to come out. Um, User story structure. You begin by documenting two important elements in a user story. The elements provide clarity on what must be developed and what criteria must be met to consider the user story complete. The two elements are user story description and acceptance criteria. You also add optional elements to each user story to clarify the details of the requirement with attachments and technical notes. All stories have a size and status to help the user story management. You update these as the user story progresses through its life cycle from the initial form to its completion. Alright. Purpose of the user story description is to summarize the client's business requirements. The user story description ensures you capture who needs the feature or function, what is needed, and why it is needed. It needs to be short, written in business language that is easy to understand and clearly identifies the business value. The typical phrasing of a user story follows a simple sentence format. As a who, inserts the user, I want what, insert what they want to do, so that why, insert the business value. The preparation and discussions behind user stories are extremely important. You can only gain this collective understanding through dialogue. Resist the temptation to translate the collective understanding into complex documentation. Focus on the essence of the user story and supplement the details with attachments. So, you know, focus on these, some questions: who, what, why, and then, uh, if you need to um, work on it in such a way that you want to provide like additional documentation, like, hey, they want a listing of all the customers that have bought said product. So, then you might need like a supplement attachment saying, here's the database that shows, what, um, the customer information and, the products that they've purchased or something along those lines, whatever. So, it doesn't necessarily need to go, directly into the description. It just needs to be a supplement, something, a side attachment kind of thing. So, make sure the user story description is not written in technical terms. This gives your technical team the creativity to use best out-of-the-box features to configure a solution. Well, I mean, yes, but yet at the same time, technical terms works with your technical team. So, I mean, that doesn't really matter. The purpose of the user story is that it is understandable by the project owner. Okay, the project owner might not necessarily be part of the technical team. Okay, they won't necessarily know. They'll know more of the um, business requirements. Okay, they might know the business language, but they might not know the technical language. So that's why user story description in the business language is necessary. You can do technical terms as attachments later. So in the following example, the description is written in business terms that clearly state the user, the need, and the business value of implementing the user story. You will also see that the description is brief. As a call center supervisor, I would like to see a real-time how many customers have registered for a promotion so that I can make adjustments as needed to promotion enrollment scripts and awareness. Give each user story a brief name to summarize the content, such as review promotion results or register a new user. Doing so makes it easier to find user stories in the backlog. If you're saying, project number one, project number two, project number three, no one's going to know what that user story is all about. So you want to have an idea as to what the user stories is referring to. Like this is um, you know this is for customer promotion. You could say something along those lines, right? So Okay, user story acceptance criteria. The acceptance criteria refine the user story so that developers understand what the application must do, and testers are clear on what needs to be tested. The product owner is required to define the business experience expected from the user story and provide the acceptance criteria. User story acceptance criteria are written in unambiguous terms that are easy for the business and non-technical team members to understand. Acceptance criteria are written in outcome terms, not as technical instructions to the development team. They are deliberately negotiable, allowing the development team room to work with the business to achieve the solution. Acceptance criteria, while negotiable, must also be specific enough to test. In the following example, the acceptance criteria are written as outcomes that are specific and testable. As a premium member, I would like to be automatically enrolled in all eligible promotional offers so that I can take advantage of benefits without having to manually enroll. The story is done when the premium member is enrolled automatically 1 week before the promotion date, the start date. Premium member receives an email they've been enrolled. Account rep for top 10% of premium members is notified. Um, Acceptance criteria can describe the system behavior that should happen and any outcomes that must not happen. For example, the outcome that may not happen is the user may not proceed until all mandatory data has been captured. The sample user story illustrates a statement approach to paraphrasing your acceptance criteria. There are a variety of other styles for documenting acceptance criteria, such as capturing scenario-based criteria. For example, your team may choose to use the given, when, and then approach formatted as follows. Given precondition, example, a premium member is eligible for free offer promotions. When something is done, example, they have selected their preferred offer categories and completed the registration process. Then, expected result, example, the system will automatically add the member to the selected upcoming promotions. Limit your acceptance criteria to 6 to 9 items. Too many items may indicate that the user story is too big or complex. If you have 10 or more criteria, consider breaking your user story into multiple smaller user stories. So if the, basically if your criteria, if your acceptance criteria is like, how old are they? Are they male or female? Are they, where's their address? Where's their, what's their, do they have, a, um, are they a member of the club? Do they have a, um, have they already applied for a loan? Have they, you know, um, has the loan already been accepted? Do they have a, good credit? What's their credit score? Is it higher than this? That kind of thing. So it's, if you have so many different layers upon layers upon layers about, uh, what is acceptable, what's not acceptable, then, well, you get to a point where, um, you know, you're gonna have it's gonna spend a lot of time just trying to go through all that just to handle like one particular user story. That's why they say, break it up. Definition of ready, or DOR. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go ahead and write that down here real quick because once again it might come right back up again, or I might see um, that be addressed later on. So I'm going to need to try to remember that. So at the start of the project, your team defines what is meant by definition of ready. The team agrees on the definition ready during the prepare phase to set the baseline for user story quality checks. Each project reaches this agreement with relevant business and technical stakeholders on the team. The development of ready lists criteria you must meet before a user story is ready to build. Once your user story is ready, according to the definition of ready, you can mark the story as eligible for sprint planning. Typically, the definition of ready is a checklist of criteria. The criteria define the content that must be present in the story, any review process, or sign-ups that must have taken place, as well as any artifacts that need to be gathered or attached. The following spreadsheet shows a user story with 12 example criteria to meet. Now, this isn't the same as the acceptance criteria, bear in mind, okay? This is when, you know, here's all your user story names, all these user stories that needs to be handled. Have they been completed? Um, what's the um, user stories, you know, um, description, okay? And if all these are completed, then, technically they are, ready to go. They um, you've completed everything that you needed to complete for this particular project. So, um, a predefined definition ready ensures that all team members are clear on the minimum requirements for a user story. It confirms that any user stories placed into a sprint have undergone a quality check and can be successfully delivered within the sprint. Hey there, Blackheart. How you doing there, bud? Welcome back to the stream. I'm doing pretty good. Back doing some more Pega setting. Hopefully you're having a good day. Um, User story refinement. The purpose of refining a user story is to ensure that your team has complete understanding of the intent and scope. Story refinement is an alternative process that matures the story content to meet the definition of ready. The Pega Express delivery approach promotes direct capture of objectives, or DCO, as you know. Again, remember to, you know, remember that acronym there, direct capture of objectives, to ensure collaboration with all relevant stakeholders. Direct capture of objectives is used throughout the refining process to ensure each user story has all the information included in it from all points of view. User story refinement begins with a draft story that may include little more than a brief description. Refinement ends when you hand the user story to the technical team for sizing. Draft user stories. The business architect, product owner, and other relevant stakeholders discuss the user story so that business objectives and user requirements are clear. Once done, the stakeholders share the user stories with the technical team for further refinement. Why would the stakeholders share the user story? Wouldn't that be more the business architect, sharing the user stories with the technical team? I don't know. That seems a little off, but whatever. The business and technical teams work together. This collaboration includes the product owner, subject matter experts, SMEs. Let me go ahead and mark that one down as a potential, um, acronym to remember. Subject matter experts. UX design specialists, testing specialists, business architects, system architects, and IT specialists. The teams review the user story and clarify the details. User story refinement may take several direct confirmation of objectives. Direct capture of objectives. God damn it. Direct capture of objectives. Why can't I get that damn acronym stuck in my brain yet? Direct capture of objectives. Direct capture of objectives. Direct capture of objectives. Ah. Um, but yeah, user story refinement may take several direct capture of objective sessions before the team is satisfied that the user story has been discussed in detail and documented appropriately. Depending on the nature of the user story, you may need to address artifacts like user story approval emails, UI wireframes, process maps, business rules, decision logic diagrams. As part of the refinement session, technical team interprets the acceptance criteria and translate the outcomes into components that need to be configured within the application. The technical team also identifies any dependencies the story may have on other user stories and impacts the story may have on existing functionality and areas of particular complexity. The technical team may need to take account of non-functional requirements, such as specific user accessibility requirements. These requirements may be lost if not documented within the user story. During refinement, the team documents those details in the user story through additional attachments or specific acceptance criteria. As you refine the user story, you may realize it is too big or complex. In that case, break it into more than one user story. Alternatively, your work during refinement may expose a gap in the requirements and generate the need to add additional user stories to your backlog. Once stories are refined, the refinement process begins when the team agrees that they understand the user story. All, all the additional supporting information is added to the user story, and the product owner approves the acceptance criteria. Once refined, the technical team is in the position to size the user story. The story sizing brings the refinement to an end. Okay, technical stories. As part of the refinement process, the technical team identifies technical tasks to complete that fulfill the acceptance criteria of a user story. Some technical configurations warrant special attention. The team can separate these tasks from the configuration effort to facilitate the allocation of work within Scrum and ensure that reusable components are built with the appropriate acceptance criteria. The Scrum team may decide to create a technical story that includes only technical elements. I mean, technically, you probably should be doing that anyway for all the user stories, but whatever. Typical examples of technical stories include the configuration of interface connectors, test harnesses, a DevOps repository, new environments, other technical elements required to support multiple user stories. During refinement, the technical story is listed as a dependency for any user story that require these generic technical components. Technical stories allow team members to work in parallel to deliver related user stories in the same sprint. The team also separates the effort associated with creating technical assets from that of creating business solutions. Technical stories are subject to the same rules as user stories to the extent that they must meet the definition of ready to be allocated to a sprint. They are sized in the same way non-technical user stories are sized. Story sizing. There are several ways to reflect the size of a story. Story pointing, given points to each story, is an activity conducted at the end of a refinement discussion. The purpose of the activity is to size the story's complexity. The higher the number, the higher the story complexity. The higher the effort to configure, test, and implement the story. The common approach is to use a Fibonacci number sequence. This sequence allows the team to rank stories in terms of relative complexity. The following Fibonacci scale determines story points. 1 point is a very small story, 2 points is a small story, 3 points is a medium story, 5 points is a medium to large, 8 points is a large, 13 is a very large, and 21 plus story points. The story needs to be considered as an epic and broken down into smaller pieces. Um, Estimation with complexity buckets. Achieving a constant evaluation of story complexity can be challenging as each team member may view complexity differently. You can estimate story complexity using complexity buckets to give your team a way to size stories consistently by discussing each story in terms of predefined buckets of complexity before choosing the final points. I would have loved to kind of gotten that from my past job, to understand how they figured out, the point scaling on that. Unfortunately, the gentleman that was kind of in charge of that, he moved on into AT&T, um, and it wasn't necessarily his job to teach us about the point system and and the individuals that were kind of put in charge of our team afterwards. I don't know if they even knew um, about complexity buckets or whatnot, but that's something that was never really addressed at my last job. Probably should have. They probably should have discussed it more because I mean that's something that any developer should be aware of. You know, what does a manager consider a very small story? What do they consider a medium story? What do they consider a large story? What do they consider a very large story? What's the breakdown? So, and be that might be different based off of where you work too. So bear that in mind, okay? What you might consider a medium, they might consider a large, story. So, just be uh, be flexible along that, along those lines, okay? They might view it as a larger complexity. Maybe they don't have very strong veteran programmers. Okay, maybe there are a lot of fairly new um, system architects in their team, and therefore, the complexity might be a little bit larger for them. So, you know, so bear that in mind. Um, okay, during the prepare phase, the team must agree on the criteria most appropriate to evaluate the story's complexity. Each criterion becomes a complexity bucket. Within each bucket, the team must agree on the ranking of complexity from light through medium to high or complex. For example, developers should consider the UI implications of a user story, the amount of testing, configuration, number of business rules, and data integrations as they decide upon their sizing number. For each level of complexity, you assign a point value. Typical complexity buckets may include user interface, business logic, data, integration aspects, and testing. During the sizing session, the team reviews each story against all the criteria and calculates the total story points based on the category's complexity rating. The total value is then matched to the appropriate Fibonacci number, where the numbers are not an exact match and fall between the sequence of the Fibonacci numbers. The team agrees which of the Fibonacci numbers on either side is the total best represents the complexity and assigns that value to the story. So a little bit of a graphic here, estimating story points using complexity buckets. This approach provides a consistent way for teams to size stories by discussing each story in terms of predefined buckets of complexity before deciding on the final points. The steps are simple. Decide on the buckets of complexity you think match your project. For example, many software development efforts have the buckets used below, but a reporting or EL project could have different ones. Business logic project, okay. Discuss the story in each bucket and determine if the team can agree if the work has a light, medium, high, or complex level of complexity. Add up the points and see which Fibonacci story point bucket it falls into. falls between two buckets, have the team do a gut check and decide on the ones it falls into. So, um, user interface, number of screen finds, fields, screen validation logic, number of scenes, business logic, number of business rules, business rule complexity, data integration, number of data stories, complexity of stored proc, number of tables, testing, user testing complexity, data setup complexity, test automation. So, you know, you have to kind of, you know, does does your project have a user interface? If it doesn't, then it's zero. You don't have to add any kind of points to it. But if there is a user interface, then maybe you need to figure out, is it like a full, user interface? Like you need to add in all the user fields and the like. Is that going to take a short amount of time? Is it going to take like a full 8 hour day? Is it going to take, you know, several days? It's going to take a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, then it starts getting to the point where it's like, okay, well, we're going to need to look into that a little bit more. You might want to need to break it down. So, that kind of thing. So, um, once the user story is estimated, it is now ready for consideration by the project owner at the next sprint planning session. Play planning poker. Planning poker is a collaborative approach to get agreement from your team members on the size of the story. You start by discussing the story with the team to assess it for complexity. Each team member then provides their estimate of the story points. Team members discuss their different estimates, and the team repeats the process of sizing. When all members agree on the story points, you can allocate the number of points agreed upon to that user story. Now, here's the thing. Be careful with this because, if you have a brand new, like entry level system architect, they might not be, fully aware of, certain complexities. What you might think is really simple might be pretty complex to them. They might not know. They might not know, what could be really easy to make. Okay. Sure, I mean, you'd want them to know as much as you can from Pega Academy, the challenges and so on and so forth, but um, don't make that assumption either, you know. Um, you know, ask them why it's very large and then explain to them why it might not be, that kind of thing, right? So, teach them, you know, um, and maybe they will kind of speak up as to why it might be like a very large. Like, maybe it's something that you might not really know. Or, maybe it's something that you didn't really think of when you were like looking at this. Like you're looking at like, user interface, business logic. You feel like there's no data integration needed kind of thing. So you say, oh, that's NA0. We don't need to worry about that, and we'll have a fairly simple testing. But maybe that entry level um, analyst, you know, architect, they might go, well, wait a minute, you know, we may need to stay, we might need to keep this customer information for a short period of time to, get through the entire process or something along those lines, right? So, you know, or hey, we might need to store this for, if, if we, um, if the project gets to a point where it's like, okay, we were able to, resolve the issue, but now the customer is wanting a receipt of the the product that they just purchased or something like that, right? Or they want a receipt of the work that was done. right? So now you're looking at, needing some data integration, and maybe that analyst was like going, well, they may want this in the future, kind of thing. So we may want to have that data integration, and obviously that might take a little bit of time. So maybe we might need to add 2 points for the data integration, whatever, that kind of thing, right? So don't um, um, it's one of those. It's once again one of those things where it's like, you know, um, be wise enough to listen to everybody's um, thoughts about a project, okay, um, and discuss it. You know, the whole sizing session should be open, okay, and if you're a brand new entry level system architect going through this sizing session, ask questions. You know, um, this sizing session didn't happen in my last job, and that's why I'm kind of sad about that, because I feel that that probably would have been fantastic to to get a little bit of an insight on, um, because my boss at the time and the system and the business architect at the time were kind of talking about user stories and how many points we would probably need to complete it. And now maybe they're referring to something else entirely. Maybe they're talking about specific company points or something along those lines. I don't know. Again, I don't I'm not sure. Okay, it could have been some arbitrary point system that they created, and that was it. The person probably could have been coming up with numbers off the top of their head. You know, I don't know. Okay, or they probably could have been using this whole complexity buckets in their mind, um, thinking out, what how complex it could be, thinking, here's the user interface, here's the business logic, here's the data integration, here's the testing. Um, I'm thinking, one, 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 one. It's going to be a really light project. We're probably going to be seeing a medium, you know, out of it all or something. I don't know, you know, not sure. So, um, what good looks like. One of the most common questions in an agile project is, what does a good user story look like? There is no one size fits all model of a user story. A model is different for every team. A range of experiences and industry backgrounds influence the collective requirements of the user story. In the following example reflects what a good story would look like once fully elaborated, refined with a technical team, reviewed against the definition of done, and declared ready to build. In the example, look for the following elements: story name, description, acceptance criteria, story size, story status, and additional information. You know, so definition, acceptance criterias, additional notes, additional attachments, technical details, the size, the status, the release, all that kind of jazz. So, um, you know, whether or not they actually have like a sheet along this lines, I don't really know. I personally didn't really see. No, I mean, they still had some um they still had like a sheet that they put down the user stories in, um, but I don't really remember them really going. They had a description, but I don't think they really put down like an acceptance criteria, and I don't think they really put down the technical details on it either. So, at least I don't really remember. Um, at my last job, if they did, then oh well, you know, um, it wasn't drilled down in my mind. Um, I didn't work on that many projects. Um, we were pretty much cleaning up, you know, past work. So, okay, your user stories improve as your team matures together, which may mean less documentation is required. Um, yeah, but don't do that. You know, don't don't lessen your documentation based off of how good your team is. Okay, because um, your documentation, may need to be used by another team months from now. Okay, so don't lessen your documentation for that. Okay, if you're trying to use something very complex and like for one of your user stories, and you don't document, the purpose of making it super complex, then the team down the road may look at it and go, why did they do this? You know, Now, obviously, they might figure it out eventually as to why, but I mean, if you have the documentation there, that goes away. Okay, their questions are answered. So, don't lessen your documentation based off of how good you are. That makes no sense whatsoever. Don't do that. Oh well. Alternatively, lessons learned from issues you discover in a sprint can be incorporated into your team's process to help create better user stories. True. Be flexible and ready to adopt updates to your user stories to ensure that they meet their primary purpose to help the development team implement application that satisfies the product owner and ultimately the end business user. Okay, so we have our question here. Who is responsible for defining the definition ready? Um, um, I think it's just the product owner. Oh, all answers are correct. Okay. Mm, all right. Let's see. Um, they didn't really state that outright. I mean, they say the team agrees on the DOR, but who? Their team can be kind of different from time to time. It feels like. Who's responsible to finding the definition ready? What consists of your team? I'm gonna make a suggestion about that. In the sentence, what consists of your team? In the question, it shows that all should be considered, but it wasn't clearly defined as to whom is on your team. Uh, if you are in a technical team, then a project owner might not technically be in your team. As you have managers that will discuss projects with a project owner. Um, um, like for an example, take football. Is your team the full team? Um, say the Cowboys, or is it the defense, the offense, the kicking team? Need to be a little clearer on who is on a team. All right. So, okay, we are all done with that. So, we covered user story, um, readiness on that. Now we're going to be going into directly capture objectives, which I need, I'll be repeating quite a bit. So that might help me on remembering that DCO is directly capture objectives. We'll see. Um, but but we'll cover that tomorrow. Then we'll do the plan validation next day and the module quiz on that day as well. Because I would imagine that directly capture objectives being 15 minutes is going to take the majority of tomorrow. Plan and validation and module quiz will be the next day after that. And then most likely, I'll probably need to do, I'll probably need to wrap up, the module on that day with the module quiz. And then the day after that, we'll go over the mission test for the business architect. Okay. Now, um, I'm going to run it once with the feedback enabled. Okay. Just to, pass the test. And then I'll run it again without the feedback because, I want to kind of show the fact that, like, if I miss a question, how much would I be prepared at this particular moment in time to take the business architect mission and certification? Okay. You know, what areas would I need to cover more? What areas do I need assistance more? What do I need, you know, to focus on. Okay, because when it comes to the certification itself, um, there's going to be a lot of you know there's going to be a lot of topics that it's going to be covering, and you know they will tell you at the very end of the exam how much, like, well, they won't tell you like how many questions were there, but they will tell you like, hey, um, you got like 70% out of the 100% necessary for the case management, for example. Okay, so um, and obviously 70% for case management would be pretty good. You know, if you consider just case management as as like the whole test, then 70% will give you that passing score, right? But obviously you're going to want to try to aim for that 100% if you can. Know the material, know how to get the material, how to figure out the material. What are they talking about when they are talking about, case lifecycle, stages, set case statuses, add instructions to tasks, all that kind of jazz. You're gonna need to know it, you know, because, the certification exam may ask those questions. Now, um, you know, are you gonna need to know everything? Are you gonna need to be 100% when you reach the job? No, I don't. At least no one should be expecting that. Um, but I mean, the company's going to be looking for your certification. Okay, if you have that certification, that means that you've been able to learn the material and pass the necessary exam questions to you know you understand enough to work at the job. Okay, right now I don't have that certification, so I can't necessarily prove that? You know, yeah, I was at a job before, but you know, does that actually prove that, I've been able to understand the material, do a good job on the job? They're not going to necessarily know per se. I mean, they could try to take my word for it. They might call up my past employer and say, how did he do at his, contractor job? But they might not, be fully on board on that. Okay, they're going to want that certification. So, to be, 100% sure that, you could, technically do the work. Okay. Um, you know, uh, that's what certifications are all about. That's what licenses are all about. That's what bachelor's degrees are all about. Masters, PhDs, um, um, boot camps, whatever. Okay, every single little you know type of you know uh, honorary title you can get just kind of goes to show the employer, the prospective employer, that hey, you can learn, you can do the work that is necessary to do what they need. Okay. Now I can tell them, I can tell the job interviewer, hey, you know, uh, one of my past jobs, they wanted me to learn cold fusion day one. Okay. They wanted me to work with a particular client. They needed me to learn a particular language by a certain point of time, and then they put me on the job itself. They wanted me to kind of learn, or they wanted me to learn the material, and then they wanted me to apply said material to their client. Okay. If I wasn't learning fast enough on that particular material, then what would have happened if I got to the client and I started messing up? I started making mistakes. Okay, that makes the business look bad. That makes the client look angry, and the client may just say, "You guys are doing you guys did a terrible job at this. We're going to go to some other business." Okay, so you know that that you know that certification tends to kind of point to like, hey, you did that. You accomplished that. You're able to learn. Okay. Now, I don't have that, hey, now I learned cold fusion on the job, but I don't have anything to necessarily prove that. Okay. That's just my word that I learned cold fusion at another job. Okay. Now I could say, hey, I got a bachelor's degree. I know how to go about doing that. I know how to learn a new language, learn, how to, you know, look at look at the code, learn how to figure out, what is necessary for the code to, build what is necessary. Okay. Um, I could say something along those lines. Okay. But so can every other bachelor degree that's out there. Now, if there was like a certification training for cold fusion, which there wasn't, or at least not to my knowledge there wasn't, um, then it probably would have been fantastic if I had gotten said certification and said, hey, I was able to learn cold fusion along with my bachelor's degree. So now, you know, when you have, someone with just a bachelor's degree and someone with a bachelor's degree and a cold fusion certification, for example, who would you pick, right? So that's my point. Okay, it gives a little bit more of an advantage to you to have said certifications and the like. It's pretty much a given, right? So so Don't be afraid to try to get yourself those certifications. Okay, work towards those certifications because they will be helpful in getting that um, and you getting that job. You know, so um, you know, letters of recommendation could also be useful as well. They didn't really get any when I was on the job, but even though I had a couple of people say, "Hey, well, I'll provide you a letter of recommendation," and crickets afterwards. It's like, God damn it. Oh well. All right, but that's gonna be it for the Pega session. We're gonna go ahead and switch on over to um, the video uploads, editing, and so on and so forth for the YouTube channel. So I want to thank everybody for stopping by and chatting with me, Blackheart. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. Um, for anybody that was just kind of lurking in the background, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Um, no worries if you didn't want to chat. No problem on that. Don't stress. You're good. Uh, hopefully you got some decent insight on this particular topic. Um, like I said, if you have any kind of questions or anything like that, feel free to give them in the chat right now with while I'm streaming, or feel free to put that in the comments. Okay, you're welcome to. Okay, I might not necessarily be able to answer it. Bear in mind, I'm not a foremost expert, but one, I can see about trying to find someone to answer it if I don't have it. If I don't have the answer, I know some people that have worked in the Pega industry for a while, so, I can always ask them. Two, your question might be someone else's question as well. Okay. So don't be afraid to ask questions. Okay. That it helps your understanding out and it may help someone else's understanding of the topic out in the future as well. Okay. So please don't be afraid to ask questions. Okay, questions are key to understanding. So, and that goes for pretty much anything. You know, um, you know, I often attribute it to, um, and think of it this way. Okay, a young child, like just just started, walking, speaking, talking. Okay, one of the main questions that they typically like to ask when they are, brand new to the world, they like to ask why. Okay. What is this doing? How does this work? Why does this work? And all that kind of jazz. They're trying to learn. Okay. You know, why is the sky blue? They don't know. They're trying to learn that, you know? So if you give them that information, give them the answers, definitive, clear, correct answers, they're going to take that and they're going to build off of that. Okay. So, so whenever you see a child say, why, they're learning. Okay. So, um, so help them with that. Okay. Help yourself with that. you know, there's nothing wrong with saying why. Okay. You're trying to learn something. Help yourself. Okay. So that's where we're gonna end it. Check out the description for social media links and the like. Um, and yeah, we're gonna continue this again tomorrow. So hopefully I'll see you all there. Stop and recording. All right. Now, for you, for those of you that are still with me, we are gonna for the next 30 minutes, I'm gonna be doing um, video uploads on my YouTube channel. You know, putting putting past videos into their respective um, um, playlists and the like. So um, I got a little bit of catch up to do on that, but I got um, but I mean that should we should be able to see. Uh, I mean, I still have a lot of videos already being uploaded already from past years, already up to September. I'm trying. I got a little bit of a backlog on recent videos, so um, just making sure that um, um, we're gonna be kind of making sure that we get some videos out there and uploaded as quickly as we can to make sure that we're still on track on that. Still here, just tested bug frame for a bit. Um, Also, Blackheart, still here is HERE. So, yeah, what you typed out here is hearing, as in you're listening. So, I wanted to kind of correct you on that. So, here, let me type it out just in case. So, what you wanted to actually say is still here. There you go. All right. I know English isn't your first language, so no worries on that. Yeah. No, 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 don't be sorry. Um, I'm always impressed with someone trying to learn a second language. Okay, so the fact that are, you know, you're able to even have that second language is fantastic, my friend. So, you know, I often wish that I had a second language under my belt, but I don't. I can always try, but uh, you know, even my understanding of the English language is difficult. So, all right, let's go ahead and get to. We got a Chrono Trigger video here, so okay. Okay, let's see what we have uploaded. Let's see, what did I do during this particular session? All right. Let's see. This is finding the redstone. Boy, there's a lot to cover in that I covered in this part. Um, let's see. Um, Bridge fight. Um, Level grinding and trip to the past. Hold on. Recording date was on the 26th. Furniture, everything else looks good. Looks good there, we're good there. And we're gonna schedule this. Um, oh wait, hold on. Um, let's see, I wanna open these up a little bit more here. Let's see, we scheduled. What was the oh, okay, we got the Chrono Trigger scheduled for the 23rd, so I want to schedule the next Chrono Trigger on um, the week after. So there we go, schedule that. 23rd, so we want it on the 30th. Set this up for 1 p.m. and scheduled. There we go. All right. Okay, we got some Genshin Impact. Now let's see. What exactly was I doing in this particular session? Almost 8 hours of content. Oh my god. Let's see. Let's see. Try for Wonder. Let's see. Now, what were we doing? All right. Okay. So we were in this particular session. We tried to expand out to um, that one available quest, or the reaching the dangerous location. So let's see. Exploring the world to the dangerous location. Oh boy. I'm a little over my just barely met the maximum requirements for the title. Whew. I had to cut down. I had to make an acronym out of the first time playthrough. Hopefully everybody understands what FTP means for first time playthrough, but we'll you know, not sure. Alright. Okay, so let's see. Where do we stand in terms of Genshin Impact? Okay, so we have Genshin Impact scheduled all the way up to August 24th, so we'll set this one for the 30th, 31st. Set it for 1 o'clock. There we go. Okay, Star Rail. Oh, this might be the first session of Star Rail. Hmm. Let's see. Uh-oh. I'm on. What's going on here? There we go. Okay. Yep. This is definitely first time playing Star Rail. Okay. So I need to set this up for the first time here. Let's see. First time playthrough. Um, let's see the hype about Honkai Star Rail Part 1. First time playthrough. Okay. Playlist. We're gonna need to make a new playlist. Um, Honkai Star Rail VODs. Uh, full VODs of my playthrough of Honkai Star Rail for the first time. Um, no edits. Full stream recordings. There we go. That's done. Okay, tags. Let's see. Casual gameplay, single player. Yep, that's about right. Okay, recording date was on the 28th. Honkai Star Rail. Okay, anything else about this at all? Nope, I think that's about good. Okay, and let's see. Now, this was done on the 28th, so or this was recorded on the 28th, so that was on a Friday. So what we can do is we can schedule this for the 18th. Probably already have something scheduled for the 18th, potentially. Yeah, let's see. Hold on, let me double check that. Yeah, I um, already have um, already have that scheduled for the 18th. You know what? I should probably set it after my completion of Destroy All Humans. So we have that scheduled for the 25th. So the first video for Honkai Star Rail is going to be coming out on September 1st. Okay. And that's obviously a long ways away for those of you that are, um, you know, maybe you're like waiting for me to release it, but there we go. Okay, now we got some Terraria to do. Let's see. Sounds good there, Blackheart. Okay, we're looking at our second playthrough for Terraria. But let's go ahead and take care of that. Let's see, video was released on the 31st. Let's see, what did I do? All right. Yeah. Let's see. King Slime. And starting up the building of a tree farm. Let's see, recording date was on the 31st. There we go. Scheduled this on, let's see, we have 21st for one try video. And we have the 28th scheduled for try video, and I think that is about it, yeah. So we're gonna want to set this for the 4th. Set this up 1 p.m. Schedule that. And then use. Okay. Let's see. Calamity mod. Okay. Let's see. What is that called again? Terraria. What is it guarding again? Just the dungeon. Okay. Exploring the dungeon. Okay. Recording date was on the 31st. Go. Everything else looks good. So we're going to schedule this for last one was on the 28th as before, so we're doing the 4th again. And we'll schedule this for the 2 p.m. time slot. Just in case, I do, for those of you that are kind of curious, what I try to do is I try to separate out the video releases so that, you still have time to kind of watch, um, you know, like now, obviously, if you're trying to watch my both my single player playthrough of Terraria, for example, um, and then the Calamity mod playthrough of Terraria, then obviously having 1 hour of separation doesn't really work because there are times when my single player goes for 3 hours, so that doesn't really work very well. But it doesn't necessarily overwhelm the viewer if they want to catch both of them at some particular moment of time. They can go, oh hey, he uploaded one video. An hour later, he uploaded another video. So it doesn't necessarily overload um, the person's notifications. I'm not trying to overload a person's notifications. Just bear that in mind. So, but at the same time, I have a lot of videos to kind of get through. Okay, so I haven't finished off. Um, I have videos all the way up to the 7th that I've uploaded. I still have a lot of videos that I haven't uploaded yet. Matter of fact, I should probably put all of these into the not uploaded section so that I will come back to them later and upload them at another time. You know, um, I have 16 videos that I have not uploaded to my um, YouTube yet, so not included today's videos, but you know, um, but I need to kind of take care of that. How am I doing on space? Getting a little bit lower on space, so I would say probably another 3 days, I would imagine, that I can do before I have to transfer files around. So we'll have to see. Alright, but that's going to be it for video uploads. We are going to go ahead and switch on over to um, Chrono Trigger now. So I'm going to go ahead and kind of set that up. Now, for anybody that is curious, or for those of you that aren't aware of my typical routine, you know, um, you know, two to three is typically when I do my Pega study session. When I after that session is done, from 3 to 4, I typically do video uploads. I want to try to get videos, sectioned off into their respective playlists, so that I'm not like some people don't really have an interest in the Pega study sessions or these video uploads because they might not necessarily care about it, right? They might only care about a particular game that I'm playing or something along those lines. Now, I haven't I haven't edited anything yet. I'd like to. Well, I say I like to, but um, I know that I'm not going to be good at it. So the idea that I have right now is this particular session from 3 to 4. Um, Once I get everything caught up, once I get to a point where I have videos caught up, um, then I will put this hour session into just trying to edit videos into something a little bit more consumable for everybody. Okay. Now, obviously, um, it'll be kind of put into the um, I won't necessarily show the edits or anything along those lines. Um, Not that it really matters, I guess, because I mean, if you see the edits, then or if you see the process that I go through, then that might help you. I don't know. I'll have to figure it out when I get there, but I'm far away from getting there, to be honest, because I still have a lot of videos from the past that I need to upload, and there's a lot of um, there's a lot of current videos that I'm doing right now, obviously that I still need to take care of as well. So it's not like I have I have no work, in that regard, right? So, um, but once I've caught myself up to the point where I'm like, hey, you know, these videos that I'm doing right now are like the only videos that I'm in a sense saving per se, or that I haven't like uploaded them and edited them to be put scheduled. You know, um, once I get to that point, then I'll be like, you know, um, hey, I did these videos, great. I'll upload them for tomorrow's session. But you know, um, yesterday's session, I'll look at and see, if there really is a need to edit the videos. Okay. Or I may go to like a video that um, um, I may try to like go to another video and try to edit that down into something that's a little bit more consumable. Okay. 4 hour sessions doesn't cut it, obviously. That tends to turn a lot of people off. They don't really want to consume that 4 hours of content. So, once I get to that point of like, hey, I did the Pega video, I did the, um, gaming video, and I'll take yesterday's and then I try to edit it down into something a little bit more consumable. That's probably not going to happen within the hour time frame that I have, but at the same time, if I get to a good like routine, like like I set up the beginning, the end, put in some music or non-copyrighted music, I should say. Um, and then I can maybe like go, okay, this is dead space. I'm gonna cut that out. Oh, hey, there's a little funny section here. I'll, keep that. This 4 hour session, let's cut it into, 1 hour blocks to start off with, and then we'll see if there's anything in there that I want to keep, that kind of thing. So, like, for example, um, there was one part in Chrono Trigger where I probably spent like a good hour just kind of doing a lot of I was doing a lot of level grinding. So I'd probably take that session and go, okay, um, let me like do a speed of that kind of session. Yeah, that kind of thing. So, um, but we'll see what happens when I get there. I'm it's not something I'm going to be looking forward to editing and the like, but I mean, I have to do it if I want to get anywhere as a content creator on YouTube, because obviously 4 hours doesn't cut it. If 4 hours was cutting it, then I'd be up in the millions by now. you know, I already have multiple sessions of games already on my playlist ready for reviewing, but no one wants to watch them yet, so no one has the time to watch them. So, and I understand that, believe me. Um, I would look back on that and go, yeah, no, not a little too much for me. Um, I mean, as it is anyway, I have like a playlist of things that I wouldn't mind watching, previous VODs, because sometimes at people cut out a lot of details in their cut in their edited versions, right? but there might be some details in there, some funny sessions that, they might have cut out accidentally or maybe intentionally, depending on the context, right? You know, maybe they were saying some very spicy stuff that they're like, yeah, maybe not put that in my edit, that kind of thing, right? Um, so, that might not be in their edit, but it might be in their full VOD. Um, so yeah. Um, okay, so right now I'm gonna switch the scene collection over to Chrono Trigger. Um, so the screen will be put up on the starting screen. I do that to kind of try to keep a, or I try to maintain a semblance of, you know, of similar styles for the most part. Um, to starting a video, editing a video, and so on and so forth. For these, so I'm gonna switch on over to that, and then switch over to the Chrono Trigger scene collection. It will go onto the starting screen, and then about 2 minutes later, I will start up the game. Okay. Now, this is perfect time for you, the viewer, to go and do some things to, maybe you need to get up and stretch. Maybe you need to kind of divert your eyes away from the screen. Maybe you need a snack. Maybe you need a drink. Maybe you need to use the restroom. Whatever you may need to do, this is a perfect time to do that. Um, so, don't worry. I'll be right back. So, um, you know, do what you need to do, and I will see you in a couple minutes. So, yeah, see you then. Okay, let's get started on this there, folks. Oh, okay. Apparently, the sound isn't popping up for you guys right at the moment. No, that should be fine. Maybe it's too low. There we go. I don't know if everybody can kind of hear the music. If it's too low, let me know. Alright. So, welcome back to Chrono Trigger. I'm your host, Strange Bro Jim. And we're going to be continuing our session in, continuing working through, um, moving forward in Chrono Trigger. Last we left off, we were kind of dealing with the floating civilization, of the, what was it, 12,000 BC, I think. I think that's where we kind of left off. We still haven't gotten to the point of being able to travel around very well. But we still have but now we have the time machine, so that makes things a little bit easier. Let's see. It's been so long since I played Chrono Trigger that I'm not quite sure. I'm not really remembering the details of what's coming up next. I know the major and like some of the major plot points, but a lot of the details here I completely forgot about. Um, I kind of know a little bit about what's going to be coming up next. I just don't remember the hows, I guess you might say. So I got that to kind of do, or to kind of handle in terms of Chrono Trigger. So but yeah, let's get into it, shall we? The groove low. All right. I forgot about this one. Okay, so last we left off, when we headed up here, we got to a point where we were trying to face off against the boss up there, and it was kicking my ass. Even with the members that I have right at this moment in time. So this might be another session of me just grinding. So sit back and relax for that, um, because this is probably gonna take a while. Because even with my current levels right at this moment in time and MP, the boss was able to take out a good third of the HP almost instantaneously. Some of his attacks were just absolutely decimating my health, and unfortunately, even with Marlene and Lucas' techs of protect and cure and haste, they weren't enough to handle the boss's overall attacks. Um, I think in the last session, There was one point where both Chrono and Marlene were pretty much decimated on like the very first attack, and Luca was like the only one left alive. And I was like, okay, well, I'm pretty much done on that. So, so I'm gonna be focusing on doing a lot of grinding. Marlene still needs to get Cure 2, obviously, as you can see. Um, Now, what I would like to do is, what would be nice if I can actually have something that heals everybody. But I don't think she has that ability. She would have to use like Aura Whirl, but that only heals a little bit for everybody. I need something that heals a lot of hit points for everybody all at once. Or Beam again doesn't really work. So, um, what I may need to do is I may need to like switch on over to Robo, and I believe Robo's, he does small amount of HP to an ally. But here's something here, restore small amount of HP to all allies. So, I may want to kind of focus on him a little bit to the point where he might have something that does a medium amount of HP to all allies. Maybe. We'll see. So that's something that I might want to kind of work on a little bit. Luca's not working on any particular tech right at this moment in time, or any particular, um, individual techs. So I may want to like switch on over to Isla here as well. So not only work on the um, work on the experience, but the TP as well. See, that battle was actually quite decent there. So I may want to try to see about, trying to do that one again. Although I don't really like the idea of these guys casting Confuse. Because of that. My members, hitting everybody. So these guys aren't bad. I can handle them fairly easily. Case in point. But I want to, work on this particular area a bit so that I can, this area is giving me lots of experience, lots of TP. So I don't necessarily want to move to like a different area. There's Heal Beam. So Rapid Fire Rapid fire punch. Okay. So, you know, I want to be able to I mean, 1,000 experience and 30 TP is pretty damn good right at this moment in time. I mean, if you look at the fact that, you know, you have 534 TP, you know, just for Robo's next ability, it's, yeah. You know, getting 30 TPs is awesome. But what I would like to do is try to get a, you know, get a save point like that one right down there. You know, nearby like an edge of the map, that I can, you know, go back and forth to get the, you know, 1,000 and 30 TP, you know. Much like how, you know, I was attacking those dinos for a while for the horns. Same kind of idea, you know. You know, just you know, exiting the level, or you know, leaving the screen, coming back, um, you know, having the enemies reset, and then, um, you know, getting the, you know, 1,030 TP all at once, kind of thing. You know, rinse, repeat. You know, as much as I want to, you know, kind of get what I need. There we go. I'm just trying to see if there's any, you know, good fighting areas to get the 1,030. But it doesn't look like there's any good spots here, per se. So, nope, that's not gonna work. Um, okay, that was weird. Okay, so I'm looking for a spot that I can just kind of exit and get the Get the 1030, you know, over and over and over again, quickly, easily, efficiently, you know, with very little hassle. You know, ideally I would like to have it, you know, nearby the save point, but let's face it, that's probably a little too much that I'm kind of demanding out of this. So so far I haven't found a good um, haven't found anything great yet, so that this doesn't work. I mean, you know, I'm still gaining experience points and stuff like that, so it's still good. It just I'm looking for better. You know. Like this. This is really good. But it's not like there's no like quick exit and then back in. But maybe I can get there. Oh, nope. I'm gonna have to face off against these guys. Okay. Which, you know, it looks like I can take these guys out fairly quickly. So, I mean, that's okay. There we go. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't get the values that I got last time, so I guess, you know, with my killing off the combo, the birds and the reptile or the gremlin, I guess you might say. That's kind of limiting my experience points there a bit. Because it would be technically a different enemy, so interesting that Chrono's attack, you know, or his counterattack is doing more damage to that guy than, um, you know, killing him outright. So that's kind of unfortunate. There we go. Let's see, there we are. So because, so when I attack the bird, you know, it dies, but it drops off its cargo, right? And that adds just a little bit more of the experience and the TP. So okay, so we got the triple kick from her, kicking an enemy 3 times. 957 TP needed for that. So we got our work cut out for us. Let me see, is there... Oh, I don't want to deal with those guys up there. They do the confuse and, with confuse I can, potentially hurt my teammates a lot more. So, and I'd rather not do that, so, what I'm getting right now is fine. Just kind of wish that I was a little bit faster, that's all. Like like that one session in, you know, um, in the future kind of thing where we're in that factory. Um, I was able to fight those flying bugs over and over and over again, fairly quickly. That's what I would like to have in this particular instance, but because I got the chain climbing and light, that's kind of slowing things down a little bit, but not much I can really do about that, so. Getting confused sucks in every game. Yeah, pretty much. That's why whenever there's an item that basically says, hey, beast toss, okay? Whenever there's an option where, some kind of equipment that basically says, hey, remove confuse or something like that, normally I put that on my characters like almost immediately because that just ruins, confuse just ruins everything. So, okay, so Robo just got a rapid fire fist and now he's working on proximity bomb. So, um, he also got the beast toss, which is with Isla there. So, throw an enemy around. So, let's see. I'm going to heal up everybody there. One of the items from Final Fantasy that typically helps you with the whole confuse and other status ailments is an item called Ribbon, or at least, in the past, it's been called Ribbon before, and that's, a pretty fantastic item because it basically says, hey, status ailments, nope, don't need to worry about it. It basically gets rid of all status ailments, completely. So no poison, no confuse, no darkness, nothing. And it's, that particular item is just fantastic. Um, because I don't necessarily need to worry about any particular enemy casting those kind of spells on me and screwing up my day. You know? Okay, so I found out that you know, I don't know what's going on there with Chrono killing off that one guy completely altogether when, you know, Robo was doing, you know, did a critical strike on, you know, that bird, and the bird died and dropped off, you know, the gremlin afterwards. Like, come on, what the heck? You know, the critical strike was a lot more damaging than what Chrono did. You know, how is Chrono killing this guy off automatically and not Robo? You know, how's you know Chrono's smaller attack killing off both when you know when Robo's critical attack didn't do shit. It's like what? Or you know Robo's critical attack killed off the one guy but left the other. So it's like you know I don't know, man. I mean, to my knowledge, Chrono doesn't have like a sword that does an instant kill. At least I don't think it does. Let me check on that. Nope, no insta kill. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. See, that left that second guy. Oh, but he's dead. It's like, uh, a little bit more consistency, game. Come on now. But that's the thing. Chrono wasn't even doing any crit damage. He was just hitting them for regular damage, and he was killing off both. But Robo's crit was definitely a larger amount, but didn't kill off both. So it's like, it's just the game basically saying, I'm gonna drop this guy off randomly. You know, pretty much. Which is a little irritating, but I mean, not much I can really do about it. Not much I can really do about it, so. At least I'm getting a lot of levels, a lot of TP out of this, and you know, we are gonna be, you know, I want to try to get this up to, you know, get them up to really strong strength. Now, I don't think there's any kind of like armor or weapons that I can purchase at this time. Um, that will make me like super strong. Unless, I mean, the only other place that I can think of is that we didn't really go on any of the ferry rides in my time, so um, so maybe that might work. Not sure. So, but that's the thing. You know, like I said, you know, you know, that critical strike, sure. you know, a double hit on a creature critical strike, no problem. That makes perfect sense to me. One strike hits the bird, one strike hits the passenger. No problem. But that's not a critical strike though. It's just a single strike. So there's something, there's like a random effect that is going on for those birds on whether or not they want to drop off their cargo. And that's it. That's all that's going on there. It's not there's nothing happening with Chrono or Robo or anything that is um, a definitive um, you know um, point that is guaranteeing that that one dies and one doesn't, kind of thing. That's a single strike and he's gone. It's like, but yet he does a single strike on the other guy and it drops off the passenger. So it's like a percentage or something like that. It feels like. So, like, hey, 25% of the time I'll drop off my cargo, no matter how much damage you do to me. Because I mean, Robo does a critical strike that did like 500 to 600 damage, on those flying guys, and he dropped off the cargo. So it's like, okay. Bird be like, if I go down, you go down with me, Goblin. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Maybe the bird got hit with emotional damage. My friend died. I'm gonna die from emotional damage. Or maybe it's like, my strike didn't kill you? I can't take it anymore. Please kill me. Ah. Kind of thing. Who knows? No idea. Or maybe, Chrono kills off the bird, and the goblin gets hit with the emotional damage and dies instantaneously because he just could not could not he could not handle the fact that his bird friend died almost instantaneously from Chrono's counterattack. I don't know. I'm trying to make sense of it, a very, very old game with odd combat mechanics. Also, bear in mind, every single time that, Chrono attacks that first bird, he doesn't kill him at all. The only time he kills off that second bird is when he does a counterattack. So You know, the the rage band here grants 50% counter attack rate. Does nothing for like, hey, when you attack you instantly kill or anything along those lines, so there's nothing there, so I don't know, man. It's weird. Okay, proximity bomb has been completed. So now we're going on to electrocute. So see, even Robo doesn't instantaneously kill him. It only happens when it does the counterattack. That 50% counterattack instantly kills the other enemy. So it's like, so there's something going on with that counterattack. Could be a hides passive buff Chrono has where counter has busted damage. Who knows, man? See, there he goes. Countered and dead. I learned triple kick. Okay. Okay, so she doesn't have any additional individual, you know, um, spells to learn, abilities to learn right at this moment in time. So I'm gonna switch her out. So, yeah, Marley still needs to get hers maxed out, which I mean isn't too far off. So. Now with Marley here, it's gonna take a little bit longer to kill off everything because she doesn't hurt as much. So, I mean, she does when she obviously does um, the crit damage, and so far she's been critting quite a bit, which is interesting. But oh, oh, large amount of HP to all allies. That could be handy. That could be handy in the upcoming fight. Now, granted, I, you know, I would personally prefer, something like this, you know, individually, instead of needing both of them to be able to, um, to kind of combine their efforts. But, I mean, if I need to heal everybody up, then, I mean, it's not exactly terrible. See, there goes that the counterattack. They're gone. They're dead. Something about that counterattack, man. It's either that counterattack has like an insta-kill built into it, or the bird is having some emotional damage. It's the only thing I can think of. It's like, how dare you survive my attack? It's like, wait, you didn't die? emotional, emotional damage. How dare you survive? That was supposed to kill me, and that was supposed to kill you. Guaranteed. Useful when everyone is low on HP after a strong AoE attack. Yeah, well, which is pretty much what I'm gonna be kind of the next boss does. He hits everybody, and the damage was like 150 damage per. So it was like, um, it was pretty much a guaranteed that like 1/3 of my health was gone every single attack that he was doing, and I'm like going, oh, this is not good. This isn't easy. So, hence the reason why I'm doing this grind. And I was doing it to everybody, by the way. So, I had, if it was only like a single strike to like one person taking off like 1/3 of their health, then that's something that I can easily counter because, I have a lot of, um, you know, I have techs that, heal, you know, moderate HP, for a single ally. But no, it's hitting everybody. Now, um, you know, um, you know, Luca here, she was able to kind of survive quite a bit, because the magical damage wasn't hurting her as much, but you know, she couldn't necessarily heal either, so she doesn't necessarily have a healing ability. She has a protection ability, but that's about it. So it's like, oh sure, you're not hurting me as much. That's fantastic. But I mean, I was like, I was looking at my other two dead characters and going, okay, well, FF13 is worse. A lot of bosses can do up to 90% of everyone's HP. I mean, I mean, if you've ever played Final Fantasy VII, there's times when you have bosses that will, like, throw your character out of battle, like, completely. They'll take the one character and they will go, whoop, he's gone, he's out. And then there's other bosses that will do, um, you know, that will instantaneously remove your entire HP, up to 1 HP. It will, like, delete your entire HP up to 1 point. Now you can still recover from that, especially because typically your action bar still raises up during that particular attack that I'm mentioning. I haven't gotten there in Final Fantasy VII, otherwise I'd show everybody that, but believe me, I'll get there, and so, you basically needed to have a, something that did, I'm gonna fully heal everybody, all together, Curaga 3 with, all materia or something like that, So yeah. Final Fantasy X had that too. Yeah, well, I mean, it's Final Fantasy. They love to do that no matter what. Um, pretty much every single boss has that kind of, well, not every single boss, but there's like at least one boss every single Final Fantasy that loves to do said special attack that will, just absolutely remove your entire HP up to 1 point. That's it. And you have to recover from that somehow. So. For me, Final Fantasy 13 is the hardest Final Fantasy I've played so far. That's the one with the bunny girl, right? I think that's the one with the bunny girl. The bunny race. That's super sexy and, everybody kind of drilled for her. Or was that, like, Final Fantasy, like, 12? That's 12? Okay. Yeah, 12 was the last Final Fantasy that well, I mean, I played I played the online one for a short time. but I haven't played any of the other Final Fantasies since 12, so yeah, 12 was definitely the easiest. I mean, even with the optional bosses, 12 was still fairly easy. I remember going through that game with the Gambit system and just walking through it. But I haven't played 13. It's one of the things that I would like to try to do at some point, you know. One of the things that I would like to do on this channel, on the gaming channel, is play through all of the Final Fantasies on this channel. Including the ones that I haven't officially played before. You know, because there's some Final Fantasies that I haven't, I don't, you know, I don't remember ever playing, or if I did, it was like maybe for a very short time. You know, like I never got to the end of them. But obviously that's basically the Final Fantasies that are like the earlier versions, because so you know, back in the day, only a certain number of Final Fantasies was, you know, distributed in the United States. You know, Final Fantasy 1 was obviously the first one. You know, they skipped 2 and 3 here in the States. 4 was technically Final Fantasy 2 here in the States. They skipped 5, and 6 was technically Final Fantasy 3 here in the States. Yeah. You know, that was confusing, right? I was like, wait, you know, what do you mean 3 is 6? That doesn't make any sense. You know, me not really realizing the fact that, you know, oh yeah, they had, you know, multiple Final Fantasies, you know, in Japan, but they never brought it to the, they never brought them to the States. So, but, so, I played through 1, I played through 4, I played through 6. I don't remember ever playing 2, 3, and 5 and completing them. At least I don't remember it. And I know that, like, I think 2 is probably like one of the hardest ones in the sense of that, like, they don't really give you a lot of information as to where to go in that game. So you're like, it's very easy to kind of get lost in 2, if I remember correctly. You know, my friend had 4, and I played that and absolutely loved it. That's why I got 6 after that, and then I think I finally found like Final Fantasy 1 later, but it was a little rough, or you know, it was a little hard for me to kind of get a hold of 1. Oh, there's Electrocute. Megavolt. Nice. Alright, so that's the last ability that he has, so he doesn't have any additional abilities, so the Heal Beam Singular, you know, while it might be fantastic. You know, it only heals 200. So, um, so that might be great to maybe counter the attacks being done, you know, from the boss up ahead, but probably not. So, um, okay, so Robo's done. So, um, Aya's done, right? Yep, Aya's done. Luca's done. And Frog. Okay, Frog still has levels to learn. It is going to be the only FF I'm going to skip. I'm still going to do 8. I really don't like 8's magic system, so that's going to be just an irritation, but you know, I still want to try to get through 8. I never beat 8, and I want to. You know, I want to see the full story of 8 for myself. Um, you know, last time I played 8, I just could not get myself to get through the magic system of 8. So I'm like, nah. Um, but I mean, I'm still gonna want to do that at some point. So, um, but you know, beat 7. Didn't finish 8. Didn't finish 9. Beat 10. Um, 11 I couldn't do because online was almost impossible for me to get to when it first came out, so couldn't really do anything with 11. Um, and I don't even know if 11 is even available anymore. Didn't they like close down their servers? I think they closed down 11 servers, so I don't think you can even do 11 anymore, if I'm not mistaken. Um, but then again, you know, I could be completely wrong because once again, it required like a subscription fee online and stuff like that that, you know, I couldn't really do. So, um, so yeah, 11 was not something that I could do. Yeah, it's dead. Yeah. Okay, Marlene learned Arise and doesn't have any additional magic, so um but I want to kind of keep her as a party member because I want to team her up with Robo, you know, for the you know, for the Cure Wind, large amount of HP to all allies. So, you know, personally, I would love to have Luca in there with her, you know, protect, but I need the I need the healing for everybody to kind of keep on going. So yeah, played through 12. You know, beat 12. Don't remember a single damn thing about 12, to be honest. I think I was kind of disappointed with 12 when I played through it. Don't get me wrong, I still enjoyed the Gambit system. I thought that was that was a neat system, but it also made it super easy too. So I was like, um, Um, it was also, I think the very first, I think it was one of the very first systems where they kind of did away with random encounters. You know, they went with the system of like, hey, you found roaming monsters around the field. If you want to attack them, you have to run up to them and attack them. I think it, um, I think 12 was like one of the first. Well, I mean, 11 probably did it too. Obviously, they didn't have random encounters, I would imagine. But uh, 12 was like one of the first ones where they basically said, you know, if you want to fight something, you have to go up and run up to them and fight them. And you had to basically leave the area and come on back to the area in order for it to reset, which I found kind of annoying to be honest. Like if I wanted to grind, you know, I'd want to just kind of grind. You know, now don't get me wrong. You know, this particular scenario right now where I'm, you know, grinding out this particular battle for the experience, the TP. Don't really care too much about the money right at the moment, but you know, that's nice. I like the stability of, you know, getting that particular group of enemies together to get the same rewards at the end. You know, I like that. But you know, personally, would kind of prefer that, you know, with just being able to just kind of run around in general. You know, makes things, you know, 100 times easier. Now, a lot of people might disagree with me. A lot of people kind of prefer more of the, you know, enemies that you can see, you know, so that you can just kind of avoid them. But, I mean, if you want to avoid them, you can just run. So it's like, you know, but I don't really run from the battles. I mean, the only time that I ever run from a battle is if I'm like super weak. Like, you know, all my characters are like at 1 health. I don't have any magic to heal them back up again, and I need to get to that save spot before, you know, I'm completely dead, right? Um, so that's really the only time that I would ever really run from a fight. So, okay. Okay. Let's see. Just got a little bit of damage right at the moment, so. Never played 13. Um, Played a little bit of 14. You know, the online for 14. Haven't played 15. And, let's see. 16 hasn't come out yet, right? 16 is still kind of in the works. Or has it just come out? I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% sure right at this moment in time. No, I think 16 is like in the maybe the finishing touches, I think. Because there's been some discussion about the combat system in 16. Or no, wait. No, I think 16 just came out. Um, I liked it. I knew what I was up against and made it easier to find specific mobs to grind items and maintain my combo. I mean, there's that. But I mean, when you have a gambit system that works for pretty much every single mob that you face. 16 came out on June, right? Um, you know, the gambit system just made things super easy in 12. Obviously, there was those times where it's like, hey, you want to maybe do like, something a little bit different to, um, like maybe like one of your characters got poisoned or something like that. You don't have a gambit to handle when a person gets poisoned, right? Um, you know, so um, so those situations you had to, personally try um, to handle, but for the most part, my gambit system was set up in such a way where I was like, got into a fight, sat back, did nothing, waited for them to die, and everything was all good. It's kind of like what's happening right now. I have it set on auto. I'm not really stressing about the enemies that I'm fighting against. Um, I'm not like worried about my team getting absolutely destroyed. Um, I'm just kind of like on autopilot in Chrono Trigger right at this moment in time. It was the same thing with the gambit system, and that was throughout the entire game. So I was like, okay, well, yeah, I consider 12 to be like one of the easiest games ever in all the Final Fantasies. Not to say that it was a bad game, just saying that it was the easiest game. You also have to remember that, when it comes to experience grinding, that I always attribute, experience grinding for every single Final Fantasy game, no matter what. So, um, like what I'm doing right now with Chrono Trigger. It's like, this is standard stuff when it comes to any kind of, you know, RPG game. So, 12 became more like an introduction to Final Fantasy for new players. Yeah, I guess. I mean, every single Final Fantasy, could be considered, an introduction to new fans because, they weren't like, churning them out, every year. They weren't like, like FIFA soccer, So, every Final Fantasy game had, like easily like 2 years of development, typically. You know, because they had the story that they had to make as well. You know, and that obviously takes time to flesh out. Okay, Blackheart. Good luck with you. Good luck with bug frame. Leaving Warframe for Saturday. Gonna do some Genshin today. Okay, so you had some issues with the game. Um, you had some graphical problems. I'm not quite sure what I'm gonna be doing on Saturday. Um, myself. Um, I might be having uh, my brother was talking to me about um, um, maybe doing like a little bit of more of a birthday party on Saturday. Um, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure what we're gonna do. I mean, technically he could play Warframe himself, but it's a lot of data that his computer can't handle. I mean, his computer is better than my old one, so it should still be able to play it, but um um but he hasn't really had any interest in playing Warframe, or at least he's never conveyed any kind of interest towards me for playing it. So I don't know if I'm going to be playing Warframe on Saturday or not. I might be playing. I might see if he might be interested in continuing our Portal 2 journey. But okay, my friend, you have fun in Genshin. Oh, okay. We got a double tech. Fully restore all HP, allies' HP and status. Oh, that's nice. Okay, so here's the thing about this though. Okay. Um, Robos is large amount of HP to all allies. And the cost of the MP isn't nearly as much for him. And like it might be just, a large amount might be like a couple thousand. So, which might be, perfect for what I need, right? But I mean, Frog's double cure for full restore and curing status, that's super nice. So, we still have Frog Squash to get through, and that might be the last one to acquire for Frog. So, but I think I'm gonna grind up, the Frog Squash, and then we'll try to fight the boss again. Actually, kind of double cure. Oh, ow. I just healed that. Damn it. Oh, large amount was only 600, huh? Hmm. So large amount didn't heal up everybody to full. Hmm. So if I did Marley and Robo together, then the double might not necessarily work. the other reason why I want to get, um, the other reason why I'm doing this, grinding up the techs as well is the fact that, hey, I'm getting a decent amount of XP out of it. So I'm leveling up my characters so that, even if the boss is doing like 150 or so damage to me, I can take a couple of attacks, together, you know, um, I won't die in 3 attacks, kind of thing. So at least that's the intention. Whether that actually works out the way I want it to or not is obviously questionable. We haven't gotten there yet, but still. Okay, let's see. Where are we standing on the tech? Still got 600 more to go, huh? So 24 there. And 36 there. So technically I'm getting 60 TP for this. So I would need to basically go back and forth here for 9 more sessions. But that's if, of course, well, probably 10 more sessions because the amount left for Frog was like, what, 605? So, so I'd probably need you know, at least 11. But also bear in mind the fact that, I might not always get 36 at in this particular battle because, well, um, Chrono might kill off the bird. So instead of 36, it'd be 30. So it'd be 54 points earned and not 60. So minimum of 11 sessions altogether. Leaving, coming on back. So after those 11, then we should be good to go. We'll head off to the boss. We'll try fighting the boss again. Well, you know, we need to obviously heal and save and all that kind of jazz before that, but, you know, don't worry, I'll take care of that when the time comes, but uh, uh, yeah, so I think I'm gonna be using, you know, whom I have right now to face off against the boss, because at least with, you know, Frog and Marley, I can, you know, heal everybody, you know, to max health. So if anybody is, you know, low, like they have like 100 hit points left or something like that, I can just use that ability and they're all completely healed up. Now Marley also has the haste, which also helps out. Um, and Frog still does a decent amount of damage himself, so it's not like, you know, um, he's a weakling in any sense of the word. So he's going to be able to do quite a bit of damage to those arms, and then, you know, the body later. But yep, there's the 30 TP. So it's like, damn, didn't get the full 60 on that one. I forget, how many more sessions do I need? Uh, 60 into that is about 4 more. Oh, 5 more. So we're halfway there, folks. There went 1. That's the only problem with these grinding sessions is the fact that it can get a little repetitive, just a little bit. So you're like, oh geez, okay, let's go through this again. There it is. We'll do this one last time. There we go. And didn't get any TP on that because, well, we're all done. We don't need to gain any TP right at this point. So, and all the characters are pretty much maxed out at this time. Is there going to be more abilities later? I don't think so. I can't remember. But, um, for the most part, I think we are pretty much done. Alright, so let's go fight the boss. Okay. Let's see. We're gonna shelter. Everybody gets healed up. Save. So we did probably we did an hour and a half of grinding there, folks. So yeah. Now, thankfully, there's no, mobs to fight in this particular area. There's still these shield spheres and barrier spheres that we can put in, but I think it only lasts for like maybe 1 or 2 strikes, it seems like, but didn't really help out very much last time, so. So that just did so those 2 attacks took off 150 or so HP per attack. And they do that like every other time. So this isn't it's it's a quick attack for the most part. So just wanted to kind of show that to you all on that. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get haste on her. I'm going to put haste on Frog. Okay, there's another 150. Commencing arm restoration. Okay. Let's get everybody healed back up again. If he wants to restore, we can do the exact same thing. I want to try to kill off that right arm before he heals the face again, so which I stopped him from doing, so that's good. Let's see. I don't really want to be using their like special attacks because I don't necessarily want to be using Frog's MP more than I absolutely have to, so. You know, I prefer to be able to, you know, if I need to use the, you know, Frog and Marlene's, you know, heal everybody, then, you know, I can go ahead and do that, so. Time to kill off the right arm. There we go. There we go. There we go. Oh man, Melicor. Indeed, I am none other. But how do you know my name? I did not believe we've met. More presently, what of the Queen and the Ocean Palace? Do you know what has happened? I see, the Queen's mind has already eroded to that extent. Seems the more energy the mammoth machine absorbs, the further Queen descends into madness. Mortal Lavos is overtaking her soul from within his slumber beneath the waves. We must flee. The seal is broken. It will bring down the mountain. Come, make haste. Oh, there, the mountain of woe. Ah, the mountain's falling. I was asleep steep on the ground, consuming the energy of this planet. Brought so near, the mammoth machine could very well awaken him. We must hurry before it's too late. Elder Lady Scala's here. What? Scala? Scala? However you pronounce your name. Why have you come to such a miserable place? Do not degrade yourselves. We enlightened ones were once the same as you. The only difference is that we are now puppets of Lavos. Such a filthy place. Melikor, when the mountain fell, I knew I would find you here. But is it safe for you to leave the palace? Whether it is safe or not no longer matters. The Ocean Palace is complete. And all is lost. And not all. Without me, the machine is no more than a vessel. I will not activate that evil thing again. I've kept the skyway open. Please, you must stop my lady mother. Tistis, my dear. Dalton, it would be quite an inconvenience if you failed to activate the machine. Dalton, leave her alone. Oh, ha 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 ha. Ha! The fossil speaks. Be silent. Ugh. You'll come to the Ocean Palace with me, cause any trouble, and your life is, well, I will bear no responsibilities. Allah. None of the Queen's brats know their place, do they? Oh, let's not be hasty. I'll be more than happy to take the life of this little pearl. I do not fear the Queen. Shall we be on our way, Scala, dear? Your mother is waiting. Mokor. I'm alright. But we must rescue Scala, or there will be terrible consequences. There's no hope of rescuing her, not even for you, Melikor. If the Queen's plans come to fruition, there's no hope for life as we know it. You would go and stop her? My partners, you risk your life for us time and time again, and I do not even know your names. Think not of it. We have a debt to repay for your repair of the Moth Moon. Whatever are you talking about? Well, let's get going. Wait, take this with you. It's made from the same redstone as the mammoth machine. With it, you should be able to destroy the thing for good. Ruby knife. Let's see. And of course, the ruby knife is not something that, you know, you can equip. There it is. Quest item. Abducted, but without magic, we're helpless to save her. Young Lord Janus made for the Skyway to save Lady Scala. Scala's still alive. Let's talk with everybody. Might I interest you in some goods? Sure. But I don't think there's really anything here that you could really offer me because nothing's been like changed or upgraded or anything like that, so I mean, I could always, like, you know, um, like, purchase a ton of, like, high potions and shelters and stuff like that. You know, I could do that if I really wanted to, but, I mean, weapon prices aren't exactly cheap either. And they're just going to keep on getting more and more expensive as you go along, so better to save what money I do have. The rules of time and reason are missing. Let's go along with them. There are none now who can stop the queen. Ah, lady Squaw. You like to rest here for the night? I mean, yes? Okay. Let's see. I see that Blackheart is probably up and running now, so let me go ahead and um, you know, mute his stream, but kind of stay lurking in the background. So if anybody wants to go check out his channel, he's going to be playing some Genshin Impact tonight, so like I guess not. Dalton came here using Skyway to let his skull open. And take the Skyway to pursue Dalton. Please hurry for Lady Skull's take. Alright. What lies beyond? Nothing out. Nothing up here anymore. So. Gets you to the surface, but I mean, um, there's nothing that I can really do at that particular location anymore. So, or you know, okay, that was weird. For some reason, I couldn't go up any further. It's like, wait, what? So, Skyway's open. Yum. City of Dreams, we seek enlightenment with blissful sleep. You're not of us, are you? I wonder if anything has changed. It seems as though not much has changed here, so. Yeah, it seems like a good majority of this hasn't really changed, so. Okay. Nothing new there, so we are going to go to, the continuation of the land bridge. Okay. Yep. We'll need to go there at some point. But obviously, we can't necessarily we can't get there yet, so magic capsule. Nice. Nothing new there. Gotcha. Alright. Don't think there was anyone else here. Oh ho. Okay. Wait. Hmm. Okay. Well, we got some new weapons and armor, so let's go ahead and take care of that. Oh, I forgot to do the standard equip. Oh well. Okay. Okay. Gonna sell off the weapons and all that. Okay, and there we go. Alright, we have a magic capsule here that I want to boost up Chrono more with, so there we go. Now, again, we don't, you know, we're not here yet. At least we haven't gotten to that point of, you know, um, hopping on board the Blackbird, so. Now, let's see if I can find the, I was wondering if I could find the young brother, but he's not there, so, and, everybody's pretty much saying the exact same thing, so. Well, there was a little bit difference there. Let's see. I've already kind of, I'm already, fully healed and all that jazz, so. Let's go to the Queen's Chambers. But I don't think I need to be there per se. Although, wait. We have a save point there. Let's maybe not. Right. Alright. Yeah, so the Queen's Chamber is where I need to go. Which means, yep, right, easy, in. Which means I need to save it here because I'm probably going to be getting into some fights here in just a second. Okay, apparently can't talk with them. Alright. Why is that prophet allowed inside while I'm stuck guarding a place like this? Ah, you came. I decided to leave you alone before, hoping you might make that prophet show his true colors, but I've no use for you anymore. Your history. Nope, shit. I didn't mean to do that. Well, I mean... I wonder... Physical attacks does magical... Okay, well... I wanna heal everybody up all up. There we go. Ah, damn it. I don't think this guy is really gonna be like that much of a problem for me right at this moment in time, but because he's only doing like have attacks. Although I am missing quite a bit right at the moment. So that's not great. Darn it, burp. 1,000 experience. Nice. Oh, I can't be beaten now. Not with eternal life just within my grasp. Alright. Time to heal everybody back up again. Or actually, hold on. There's a nice convenient method of healing everybody right out here. So why use a why use an item when, or why use magic points when, ta-da, everybody's healed up and magic points restored and all that jazz. So ta-da. Now I just go ahead and save it again. Down into the Ocean Palace we go. Okay. I guess we'll save it here. Lavos beckons. I feel a dark energy filling this place. Something frightening stirs. Raise the output of the machine to its limit. What, you dare disobey me? Very well, mother. Oh, what splendor. Behold the incredible power of the lavas. Ugh. Wasn't really doing a whole lot of damage to that guy, but they weren't really attacking me per se, so Rune Blade. Okay. Definitely better than Smatter's Blade, so and suit. Okay. Better defense. Sure. There we go. Okay. Got these guys up here. Getting some critical attacks in there, which is nice. Sap. Okay. Not that big of a deal. Okay, so there's an entrance over here that I could try to do. Disable tech command. Okay, well. Don't really need to worry too much about tech command if I can kill this guy easily enough, so. 10 lapis. Okay. Better helmet. I mean, it'd be nice if I could have, like, helmets for all, but... Okay, hold on. There we go. nothing else in here. Okay. Okay, so all the enemies are cleared out, so that's handy. That's helpful. What's down here? Okay. Fairly easy mobs for the most part. No chests or anything like that, so... Kaiser Arm. Which is most likely Robo. Yep, there it is. Oh, he's gone. Okay. Okay. First level increased. Sure. Okay, there goes that guy, there goes that guy. And there goes him. Uh-oh. Okay, not quite sure exactly what got triggered, but... Didn't visually see anything, per se, but... Okay, let's grab that. Sonic Bow. Okay. Okay. Interesting. That hole is closed off. So, not sure what's going on there right at the moment, but... hold on that. I want to see what else is available. Because I have a funny feeling that that's the way I need to go in order to get to, you know, the chambers in question. Potentially, you know. Shockwave. Okay, what is Shockwave? Shockwave is a gun. Gotcha. Oh, see, here's the other entrance. Oh, alright, that's currently blocked off right at the moment. And, you know, there's nothing else that is available to kind of allow for me to kind of get through that area, so. Come on now. Where's the attack spot? There it is. That single spot that you have to run to in order to activate the battle. There we go. We're all done there. Let's see, I mean, there's that room up there. Still have what's over here. There we go. Empyrean Blade, huh? Okay. Right. Right. Okay. Nothing else in here. So. Alright. So we've pretty much done everything there. I kind of ignore that for the most part. Alright, we'll just move on. Okay. All done there. Okay. Not quite sure what this is all about, but might be necessary later. Down the stairs we go. There goes those guys. Combo counter. Oof. There we go. Okay. Not really having any kind of issue with this right at the moment. Come on, guys. I know I have to face you. Combo counter. Oh no. And the fact that it causes confusion on my team is a little irritating, but we were able to survive, so that's good. So something to be aware about for later if that comes up again. Okay. Let's go ahead and heal up everybody. Yes, I was getting kind of low. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Okay, we got ourselves a bit... Oh, okay, it's just the 4 of them again? Okay. Not that big of a deal. I can counter 2. There he goes. There's that one guy. Get back here. Oh. Brimstone has been used throughout the ages. The mammoth machine and that pennant were made from it, and so was that knife. You're the embodiment of Melicor's hope, sealed within the knife. Hurry, if you mean to confront the Queen, hope rests in your hands. I can feel it. The pulse of life eternal. Wahahaha. What is this dark energy? Ugh. Eminence machine, your majesty, it's too dangerous to continue. Mother. Don't stop, Scala. We've only a little longer to go. Immortality will be ours. You will have the eternal glory it deserves. Wahahaha! So long have I waited. That pose right there is like that, whole, anime trope, kind of thing. Okay, now I might be facing off against a boss right now, so what I'm gonna go ahead and do is go ahead and use a shelter right here now. I might not have needed it, but, better safe than sorry. I mean, if there's a save point, typically it means, like, hey, you got a boss fight coming up, so, typically. Not always, but typically. Okay. Okay, doesn't look like there's anything else around here except for that little shiny blue dot. I already know, I see it, it's quite obvious, but I wanted to see if there was anything else in the immediate area, so. An elevator down, huh? Which, of course, there's going to be plenty of... Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Ooh, you're dead. There we go. There we go. Another set of monsters. Don't really need to stop per se because you know, there's nothing like saying, "Hey, they got a shield up," you know. So I mean, I could use like, you know, like maybe an ability that just hits all of them, but I mean, you know, I don't really need to. So, you know, they're not doing as much damage, and I'd rather kind of save my MP for, you know, like harder bosses. So, you know, if I just in case, you know, if I run into a boss like right now, for example, then I'll be able to handle it for the most part. Okay, so it's not even giving me the chance to even go right back up again, so that's interesting. But wow. Okay. You want to hit me with a triple attack? Fine, I'll hit you with a triple attack. Oh, okay, well, that sucks. I healed up everybody. Okay, let's heal up everybody. Alright. Seeing that all three of them are gone, or the third one's gone, then I can just focus on hitting them, you know, just going with melee attacks. There we go. Okay. Nothing happened. Nope, nope, nope. Didn't want to do that. There we go. If I can take out one of the three, then they're not necessarily hitting me with, you know, group attacks every single time that I try to do just a normal attack, so. There we go. Now it should work. Alright. Chest elixir, huh? Okay. An empty room with a save point? Yeah. That screams, hey, boss battle next. So. You truly made it all this way. Perhaps I did underestimate you. But this is the end. My pets will put a stop to you. Come forth, Golem sisters. Ouch. There we go. Oh, boy. That did a whole shit ton of damage, so I want to do copy it. Or, you know, I wanted to. I mean. Okay, he's gone. Okay, there we go. Double cure right now. And we'll just do normal attacks from here on out. I mean, if I was able to take out that one guy with physical attacks, then... Nope, shit. I already have haste on him. Oh, I think that guy's gone. That's good. The sisters too. I suppose I've but one choice left. What's this? I feel something strange. Could this be Lava's energy? This won't do at all. All my hard work will be in vain if I die before attaining immortality. Seems this is your lucky day. Farewell. Okay. We're gonna head back out. We're going to use another shelter. Recover everything. I'm gonna save. Yes, we might face off against another boss. So, up here. This is Mammoth Machine Altar. Now is the time if you want to turn back new. Your flirtations with Lavos are an end, Your Majesty. Oh, we're here to save you. Come on. You're... Help. Skala. What are you doing, Skala? Control the machine. Use your old man's knife, Chrono. Stop that accursed thing. Chrono, the knife. There we go, Moon. Ready whenever, when you are, Masa. Is that the Masa Moon? I'm out of the machine. It's too late. He comes. It's no use. That sword alone can't stop it. Oh, okay. Blah. How long I've waited for this. Hello, Midas. It's been quite some time, Lavos. I swore on that day long ago that I'd destroy you, no matter the price. It's time to fulfill that vow. Feel my wrath, Lavos. You truly think you possess the power? What are you but a false prophet? You'll be no more than grazings for the great Lavos. Mother, please stop this madness. This power can only end in ruin. Step aside. The almighty life force of Lavos flows through us all. You're a part of it. You cannot change that fate now. Oppose me and I will destroy you. Ah. Come, prophet of lies. Feel the power of Lavos. Ugh. My magic. He's draining it. I won't be beaten. I endured the darkness alone for the sole purpose of defeating you. Take this, Lavos. Graw! What? No effect at all. Ah! Fool, your pitiful powers are no match for his. I shall give you a gift, eternal life, as part of Lavos. Mwahahaha. And move Chrono, please. Help Scala. Yes, you cannot die in the hands of some other foe. You're mine to defeat. Please, please escape Chrono. Mere humans have the means to stop such power. Is it? It says run away and tail between your legs. Should not life precious you? Haha. Scala. Scala, alright. We can't leave Scala here. Just you wait, Magnus. You've still not given up. What do you hope to do? You challenge Lavos alone with that battered body of yours. Wahaha. Gaze upon the bar of Lavos and your doom. Oh no, Chrono! Oh no! Zot. Chrono! Chrono's gone! He's gone! Whoa. Here's some more, cutscene time. One among you will shortly perish. I'm in the power to defeat him then. Chrono, where's Chrono? No! Ugh. Let's think of only escape for now. The palace threatens to collapse. Huh, that music sounds awfully familiar. I thought it sounded familiar for so long. I could never really like place the music, completely. And now it strikes me. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Wait. Be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Um, I saw Blackheart's stream. It looked like he was still, on like he was still on a webcam only kind of scene, and I'm like, well, wait, did you forget to switch over to your gaming screen? Because that's happened to me before as well. But no, he's just updating everything. So I was like, hmm. Okay. So here's the thing. What I'm hearing right now is very similar to another game that I've played before and beaten before, and I'm wondering if the music creator for Chrono Trigger is the same as that other game. I won't mention the other game. If you have an idea, hold on to it because, I'm gonna say what that game is in just a second. I want to confirm it though first. So, Chrono Trigger music composer. Okay. Um, Yasunori Matsuda and Nobuo Uematsu. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Nobuo Uematsu is typically the main composer for. Um, he's done a lot of um, Final Fantasy. He's typically like the main composer for Final Fantasy. Yep. Um, now, uh, yes, Matsuda. Okay, apparently he was probably a younger composer for Chrono Trigger. I want to see. Yeah. Matsuda found himself working more as a sound engineer. Okay, over the next 2 years, he created sound effects. Gotcha, okay. Okay, so he Chrono Trigger was his like first official music composition, apparently. Interesting, interesting. Now, I just want to make sure here. Hmm. Okay. Huh. Interesting. Okay. So, just okay. I wanted to kind of look this up here because what I'm hearing right now is very similar to another particular soundtrack that I heard before. And for those of you that might not know of said game, the game that I'm thinking of right now is Secret of Mana. I played a lot of that as well, beating that game. So the little melody here is very similar, if not almost a identical copy. It feels like to Secret of Mana, and I wanted to see, you know, um, the composers for Chrono Trigger and Secret of Mana, see, you know, who did what, right? Um, so, um, now the only person that is the connecting, um, the only connection there is the Yasunori Matsuda, because according to the wiki article here, he did soundtracks. He was a sound engineer for Secret of Mana, but he became a composer afterwards for Chrono Trigger. However, the composer, according to this, for Secret of Mana is a man by the name of Hiroki Kikuta. Now, Nobu Uematsu, he was also a composer for Chrono Trigger here, along with Matsuda, but he didn't have any connection with Chrono Trigger or with Secret of Mana. So it makes me wonder, did Matsuda like repeat his soundtrack over again? I'm kind of curious. Chrono Trigger versus Secret of Mana soundtrack. I don't. I'm not seeing anybody really I don't really see anything concerning like a music comparison. So it really makes me wonder if Mitsuda, put this little melody in, um, when he was a sound designer in Secret of Mana, but obviously, he couldn't, um, they weren't giving him his break into being an actual composer until Chrono Trigger, which, is once again when he used this particular melody. I don't know. I'm speculating right at this moment in time. I'm not 100% sure. But, I mean, it's very uncanny how closely related these soundtracks are. Um, Actually, hold on. Um, do I not have Secret of Mana on? No, I don't have Secret of Mana yet in Steam. Um, Hold on. Now, hold on a second. I'm gonna minimize that real quick, and I'm gonna see about trying to play the trailer here. So, hold on. They updated the soundtrack, so doesn't sound nearly the same. Mm, okay. I don't know. It sounds so familiar. Correct me if I'm wrong. Feel free to because I swear it sounds so very familiar to Secret of Mana. You know, I can't be 100% sure about it. Okay, I'm not a music expert here. But it just sounds very very similar. So, all right. Let's go ahead and bring the game back up. Get the audio back up. And let's go. The loss of my penance power will send you to safety. I know you will not be able to forgive her, but please do not hate my mother or our kingdom. I'm so sorry. Now quickly, to the surface. Oop, I think I skipped something there. Didn't see that last little word. A tidal wave. Hmm. Chrono. Chrono. Oh. Chrono. 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 Ah, you've awoken. You're most fitful in your sleep. Oh, where's Chrono? We found no other. It wasn't a dream. It's a village of the earthbound ones. That was the only refuge left after the Ocean Palace unleashed its ruin. No others remain. A tragedy. What of old man Melkor? Did he escape? When the disaster struck, an eerie black portal materialized before young Lord Janus. Melkor tried to save the boy prince, but succeeded only in getting himself dragged in as well. Black portal. A gate. A girl Scala? That I cannot say. No one has seen her since. Epoch. What fate has befallen it? The ship is a serious vessel than one might venture. She washed up safe and sound, right in your wake. It's almost as though she were drawn to you. Chrono. Ali. Lost a dear friend before your very eyes. No words of comfort I could offer could possibly suffice. Ah, yes, I believe this is yours. My pendant. I'll give it to Chrono to hold for me. I had given it to Chrono to hold for me. Found that it rested upon your shoulder. I lay almost as though it were guarding you. Take all the time you need to rest. I will be in the village commons just beyond. Chrono's gone. Dun dun dun. Okay, everybody's healed up and all that jazz, so Lavos beckons. The enlightened ones did survive, but no distinctions remain between the enlightened and the earthbound now. Sun Temple Zeal enshrined a sunstone. Such stones were made by bathing darkened moonstones in the sun's rays. Harvesting the power to create a sunstone of any worth requires ages, though, or so I've heard. Check back from time to time. He sells whatever washes up here, so if you wait a while, he'll most likely have some new things up for sale. Bye? Come again. There's a little, sparkle right behind the guy, so. But I can't get past him, so. Village Commons. How can I survive in such a land without my magic? No need for magic to survive, besides you're not here alone. Suppose you're right. We are alive after all. And so long as we are, we must hold on to hope. Sun ever rises on the morrow. There's little we can do but live for today and trust that other days will follow. We're growing too dependent on that fearsome force. Everything was swallowed by the sea. Sea of clouds has parted and the blizzard at last abated. Could this long and terrible winter be at an end? Must have cried himself to sleep. Let him be. Feeling better, are we? Oh, churls, and pay homage to your new liege, King Dalton! Whatever the looks of disappointment, you should be thankful you survived. The crazed old Chrono is gone, and that insufferable prophet with her. Henceforth, Zeal shall be known as the Kingdom of Dalton. You survived? Ah, that ship outside must be yours, then, mustn't it? It matches Balthazar's design perfectly. You're undeserving of such a splendid toy. I shall make it my personal chariot. Can't do that. You ought to come with me. It would not do to have you whispering strange secrets in the ears of this mob. You might start a rebellion. But first, take this. What? Hey, what's that behind you? Ah, a little taste of my true power. Where are we? Our equipment's gone. Our other possessions as well. Even our money. What now? Just to kind of show you what they're talking about. Nothing! The new king. Like watching sheep, they can't try anything without weapons. Let's see. Yeek! Sky, we've been taken onto the Blackbird. You should be able to get up there. We can spy upon our captors from here. Yeah, don't really want that. I want to, try to try to find where my equipment is. So, okay. There's there's our prison cell. If I go down there, I'll probably get attacked by that one robot, which is dangerous. I'm just kind of taking a look at everything around here first, so... So, just as a reference, right there is where I want to go because, you know, that's most likely the chest of my, with the equipment. So that's the ladder down there, which I don't necessarily want. Hmm, don't know what's there yet. I'll come back up to there shortly. I want to see what else is down here. If anything important. Yep, we're not going down there yet. Just checking everything out. Seeing what I can see. You worthless cretins. How dare he meddle with our things? Oh no, he's messing around with the epoch. Pay close attention to what you're doing. This is to be my royal air throne. The world will bow before me. Mwahahaha. Alright. So that pretty much sums up everything that I kind of need to do up here. So, let's see. I need to kind of go this way. Up here. Let's see, where was it again? It's right here, right? Okay. Nope. So there's several chests around that might actually have the equipment that I'm looking for, but obviously they're in like, separate chests and like around, and Okay, don't see any additional chests there. So I have to kind of check out each of the rooms to see if I can, where I can find the other remaining chests. You know, I got the, Marlene's inventory, so she can fight, but the other two cannot right at the moment, so. Come on, let me see. I don't see any, like, chest in there. Okay, nothing there, so. Don't think there's anything else up there for me. You know, we just came from there, so that's not really that helpful. There's a... Let's go over here, because we have this. There's a chest with probably someone's equipment in it, but let me see if I can find, like, someone else's chest for the most part. So... What are you doing here? Oops. That's not great. Oh, actually, hold on. I can still use magic, so... Wait, why isn't Frog and Luca being active right at this moment in time? They should be able to use magic. They should still be able to use, okay, that's a little odd. Well, didn't really want to have, didn't really want that to happen, but whatever, okay. You know, like, I should be able to use, you know, magic from Frog and Luca, you know. But that, they didn't really do that, did they? Okay, nothing that we want to do there right at this moment in time. There's nothing there. Okay, so it looks like that only that single chest is the only thing that I can do right at the moment. What are you doing here? Okay. Ah, come on. Luca's equipment. Okay. I mean, technically I could maybe, like, swap out everybody. Oh, I can't. I was wondering. Okay, there's that room that we've already cleared out there, so not much we can really do about that. What are you doing here? Okay, and recovered money. Okay, well that didn't really... Oh, okay. Well, that's nice. We'll worry about that a little bit later. Let's see what's in here. Doesn't look like anything that I can immediately do. Hmm. Alright. Okay. There we are. That should give me Frog's equipment. Yep. Alright. So now we are ready to go. Okay. Oh, this thing respawns. Gotcha. Not much of a challenge though. Okay. Let's hold off on going down because that's where the um that's where Dalton is with the airship. So, all right, nothing else there. Okay. Okay. What are you doing here? Okay. Okay, I think this is all of the items. Yep. What's this? Let's hold off on that for right now. What are you doing here? Alright. Nothing there. What are you doing here? Alright. Okay, so it looks like I've pretty much explored the entire ship now, other than, you know, um, instead of like, I still have, up that one rooftop area, so I'm gonna restore health there. So, what was it in here? Yeah. Kind of curious as to what's up here, to be honest. Hmm. Doesn't seem like there's anything here for me. We're just kind of like out on the wing. Okay, well, that really didn't do much. There's nothing really up there, so we'll just ignore that. Let's see. Thing in here. Nope. Wait. Hmm. I'm missing something here. No. We're taking care of that guy once before. Don't need to worry about that anymore. Already been there. What are you doing here? Hmm. Okay. Trying to remember what I needed to do here. I mean, there's going out on the wing, but I don't think there's really anything that is like, you know, like I don't think there's anything here that I kind of need to do. Something comes. What's going on? Mm-hmm. That's oh, I hate heights. I hate heights. Okay. Phew. Wahaha. I've done it. It's complete. See these beautiful wings. This is a throne truly fit for a king. I name it Earl Dalton Imperial. And those meddlesome interlopers shall be her first victims. Earl Dalton Imperial, prepare for takeoff. No, 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 and no! Stop the music. Ahaha. Yes, there we go. Now then. He broke the fourth wall. Air Dalton Imperial. Away! That was... the epoch. It can fly? Her name is not the epoch. It's the Aero Dalton Imperial. And you, I'm afraid, are excess baggage. Ha 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 ha. Time to make the wind and blow you all away. Make like the wind. Wahaha. Yes, squirm about like the worms you are. Where's that man? It's all your fault. Get back, Chrono! You! crate. Okay. Let's see. Don't think I've given haste to Frog, but everybody else I have, so. Everybody has protect, and now everybody has haste, so. Okay, there we go. Take this. That did nothing. Golem Overlord. Huh? Is the APOC alright? That filthy thief. More importantly, how do we control this thing? Don't look at me. Alright, try hitting X. X. Oh, what about A? Hurrah! Justice! Dalton's been paid his due. Mercy, that ship can fly. Phew, I think I got a handle on it. Incredible. Yeah, we even owe him a touch of gratitude for this. I'd just be thinking about upgrading it myself too. Oh well. Chrono. Elaine. A poor fool. Chrono's gotta be somewhere. I'll find him. Few enlightened ones did survive. These distinctions remain. He's got more goods. Buy. Edmund Scythe. I wonder what that's for. Huh. Maybe I should buy it, just in case. Aeon suit. And Aeon helm. There we go. Alright. Equipment. I keep on forgetting about doing that. There we go. There we go. Nope, I want to sell. Alright, get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. That. Saving that. Saving that. We can sell that. And then we can sell all these. And we can sell all these. And that's it. Okay. I think this is a good spot for us to kind of save for the time being. Because I want to make sure that I'm kind of remember where we leave off. Um, Although, no, this should be good. You know, I should be able to kind of look around the village again and look into the commons, talk with everybody there, probably get into another fight. And then, um, actually, let me use a shelter here real quick and save again. There we go. There we go. Okay, so that's going to be it for tonight's stream. The so so it's going to be I you know the loss of Chrono, I do remember that a bit, and the fact that we have to kind of search for him. So that's um so that's a I didn't remember that, you know, prior, but when it happened, I was like going, oh yeah, that's right, kind of thing. But Magnus being the prophet, that wasn't a surprise. I knew that was coming up. Obviously, I didn't really want to spoil anything about it. Um, Obviously, I was, if you heard me, I was kind of dripping with sarcasm a little bit when he came about. It's like, oh, where did he come from? That kind of thing. Um, so yeah, I knew who he was. It's just, I didn't want to go about spoiling anybody that, never seen or played this game before. Again, if you haven't played this game before, go ahead and do so because it is a fantastic game. There's a lot of different potential and well, not a lot. I think there's what like three different endings for Chrono Trigger. Um, Actually, hold on. Let me double check that. Chrono trigger endings. Um, okay, so um, according to according to a little wiki here, there's potential of 13 different endings. So, you know, that's that's why it's like, it's typically regarded as like one of the best games out there is the fact that you could actually have um, so many different potential endings. Of course, you have the bad ending where you fight Lavos, you get killed, and there's the apocalypse, right? But there's other additional endings as well. So, um, now, I'm not quite sure exactly like which one I'm going to be, you know, falling upon, falling into. Um, but I'm trying to work it in such a fashion where um, I'm trying to get like the best ending. But again, I'm not 100% sure. It's been, like I said, it's been a long time since I've done this. So, but if you do certain things in a certain pattern, then you potentially get, if you like work through like everything, you go through and find all the little nooks and crannies and everything before you fight Lavos, then you potentially get the best ending. But there might be like some additional um, elements to it all. So yeah. Um, that's where we're gonna go ahead and close on down for tonight, though. So I want to thank everybody that was just kind of no chatters with me today, but that's okay. I want to thank everybody that was just kind of lurking in the background. Thank you for being here with me for some more Chrono Trigger. Um, you know, Stop on by next week for some more if you're interested in that. Check out the other days where I'm playing other different games. Uh, like for example, tomorrow I believe is Genshin Impact, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. So tomorrow's Genshin Impact, Friday's Honkai Star Rail, and then Saturday and Sunday Warframe ish, maybe something else. We'll see. But that's it. So thank you very much. Almost forgot. Check out the description for social media links. My Team Robot. Check that out if you're interested in that. Um, if you're watching this later on YouTube, help me out with all the YouTube algorithms. By doing the whole like and subscribe. That would be fantastic if you can. Um, uh, that would greatly help out. Um, more to come. So, thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. Hopefully, I catch you next time. But until then, take care. Have a good night. Stay healthy, stay safe. And I'll catch you strangers next time.